discussion was the agenda, and they are meeting, and their voice is loud, and their strategy is like strong enough, right, to push for the agenda, which is what they have intention to do. And for us on the other side, we're just watching, not having a clear understanding on how do we dismantle those agendas that they have built for themselves.
The last person, please.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I guess the one thing that stood out, which I think undergirded everyone's presentations, was this notion of um, gender in relationship to capitalism, and how we must unify our struggles across space and time, because there were similar um, similar conditions, similar responses in different spaces, and so it's just a reminder that this is this feminist movement and struggle is not just necessarily an individualized, localized struggle, but it's a global struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good morning. At the end of the day, and even this morning when I woke up, having listened to yesterday's sessions, I wondered what would be a feminist approach to things, even such as how and where we even have conferences. Like, can there be an alternative? I love it here, but it's also a capital. Um, in what ways can we resist, even in how we travel, where we eat, what we eat, like small little attempts at resistance?
Okay. One more.
I think this is the conversation we sort of like side chat yesterday as we reflect on all the presentation. Like this tension, not tension, or under recognition that there is tension in the movement, and there are conflicts potentially. But it seems like we constantly push that out of the radar in the agenda. And personally, I've been fascinated in on the commitment, which understandably so, possibly it has a lot of drama. I don't know, possibly Hope and Sylvia will tell us the myth or the history of Zanzibar chaos and tensions, which which that history has been buried. Like the same way we are saying that our history been put in the grave, but we put that history in the grave. And I think while appreciating and respecting their decision to do so, but I think they're denying us the right to learn from what happened then and how we can manage and evolve post tensions and conflict within the movement.
Thank you for that. I think we are raising interesting questions and questions that are worth discussing. I hope we can incorporate these questions in today's program. One thing that we agreed yesterday, we strategized for the future. And I think it's also important for us to have a clear understanding of how and what specifically we are going to do in regards to the suggestion that was made that the group of feminists intervene at the level of the US court in order to tackle the issue of the Ugandan Act. So I think we need to find time, maybe before we go to lunch, to set how are we going to do that and what exactly is expected from each of us in order to act. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to today's program, we'll start with the keynote address. We'll start with the keynote address by Mishy Singano. So please, can you please come to the stage? Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning again. I'm an activist. So if you can hear me say, hey, Mishy. Thank you. Um, thank you. It was such a privilege to get a clap before I start. And Buki is worrying that if she doesn't give me a clap now, she might not have a reason to give me later. So we gotta do this now. But it's the last day of the conference. And when I looked at the program and realized this conversation is on the last day, I was a little bit concerned. Being being amateur and not used to be in these heavy spaces, uh, I ran a danger of speaking to either dead audience after like the heavy 3 days of facts, theorizing, and intelligence conversation, or I ran an opportunity to have the last word. So I think the spirit of just building on the opportunity, I will use these 40 minutes today um, to just sum up my amateur understanding of everything that we have discussed, um, from economy to uh, digital and technology to yesterday conversation and how it relates to this bigger climate crisis. But before I do that, allow me. So before I start, allow me to spend 3 minutes of allow me to spend my 3 minutes of the 40 minutes I was given to just honor the departing Queen Mother and hear what she has to say.
Thank you. Queen Mother, don't die, they multiply. May her soul rest in power. So I think that sort of like put a nice context to the conversation we are going to have today. But allow me first to situate my politics. I identify as a feminist, an African feminist to be exact, as I continue to dedicate my life in the fight against climate injustice. My fight means nothing, absolutely nothing, if I do not aim to end system of oppression, exploitation, and extraction. And fortunately, my Pan-African feminism gives me space, theoretical and methodological tools to do that. On the other side, I shy away from identifying myself as ecofeminist, partly because of the simplification of the power dynamics, systematic exclusion of structural issues, but also a very binary uh, understanding, my view, reinforce stereotypes that sort of like place women as naturally nature carers and divorce men from doing that. So I think to echo beautiful words which has been crafted in the Charter of Feminist Principle, I love to identify myself as an African feminist, and I am feminist. No if, no but, no however. And I feel most of us should shy away from just adding on thematic in our feminism because we speak to the same silos. Tomorrow we might have SRHR feminist, and the day after we might have digital feminist, etc. So I pledge my allegiance to be an African feminist, and that's it. So at the middle of all that, I'll invite you in the spirit of, again, echoing the conversation that we had. If you use your computer now and you put climate change Africa as a prompt in your Google and you search image, what will come out of that is a systematically a consistent picture. Yeah? It will show you, come again, climate change in Africa. And you press image, like there will be a consistent picture that comes. Majority of image will be about droughts, right? And potentially pastoralist communities and less of coastal communities, for example. Or almost negligible representation of coastal communities. And images will have women and children, often in their sense of vulnerability and hopeless state. If we agree from what has been discussed in this room that internet is what we feed it, then clearly we have been feeding the internet with a very binary oppressive narrative of climate crisis, which only see certain group, people, and geographies as potentially victim and exclude the others, but systematically erase the face and identity of perpetuators, and that is polluters and the system which pollutes and the system which causes the crisis. Based on those images, if you, like me, is a visual person and I use image to interpret the problem and potentially invent solutions, chances are my response to those images as a climate and ecological intervention will be providing water to these pastoral communities and food, or relocating them, as we've seen government doing, And if we go a little bit further, I can explore opportunity of teaching women an alternative income generation as part of the adaptive strategies. Because this is what image tells me the problem is. But if I do that, does that change? Does that end the climate crisis? Are we solving it? I believe our individual bodies, me, you, collectively, and the communities, carry this tension, burden, and pain induced by climate crisis and ecological disruption and destruction. It's fair to say the only certain thing we know is the uncertainty of the climate crisis and its extreme weather events. There have been a lot of conservative estimates on the impact of the crisis and the burden of the crisis. The latter report from the disaster risk reduction as they are conducting their midterm review of the Sendai framework estimated that there has been at least global average decrease of death caused by disaster from almost 2 people per every 100,000 people from 2005, 2004. But less developed African country, the death rate still is almost double the global average. For the small island state, the death rate is 13 times the global average. And yet, because small island states and African states potentially doesn't make the numbers, then we have a global average of 1 to 2, which paint that the death has decreased. The number of affected people has increased. And I think goes without saying. We had 1,000 people per every 100 affected by these crises, 2005, 2014, to almost double to 2,000 people between 2012 and 2011. Billion is being lost every year. Losses. This number and sovereign debt. Tanzanian, one of the slums in Tanzania, where I have friends and family. And of course, I went there to visit them because I missed them. But I took that opportunity to have a conversation that is not choreographed, a conversation that is not I enjoy. It's just a question of me sitting with the people I know and people around them to just have a conversation. While we are having this conversation and see how are they doing with the heat, with no power, in the poorest of housing conditions. I was shocked to learn that most of these families sleep outside at night because a one room can no longer accommodate a mother and father on the bed and kids on the floor. Because if you have to deal with it, at least at very least you need to sleep naked. And you can't. So the very sense of physical protection is gone. And they told me these stories that their girls now and boys, they can arrange and coerce girls and pick them at night when their parents fall asleep. And parents can no longer hear a sound of opened door or tempted padlock because it's just stepping outside to go at the back of the house and being abused. The sense of space is gone. One of the neighbor told me that she has never had intimacy with her husband for a while. Because in our culture, a woman is supposed to indulge the husband with all sense of acrobatic techniques when performing that act. But with the heavy air, ugly sweat, it's no longer pleasurable. It felt like rape. And she couldn't do it. And she said, I'm aware my chances are my husband, while doing her work, he might be sneaking into a guest house with a decent friend to have sex with another woman. But I really don't care. Because I cannot just let myself do it. This crisis have robbed her of her intimacy. But the worst of the story is when I was walking to my car, again, a very decent second-hand Japanese car. Like this young girl came to me and she said she has been battling this bad burnt in her vagina. And when I ask her why, she says that she strongly feels because of the heat. In her family, her mother and father don't give her money to buy sanitary product. And it's part of sort of like a community tradition. You are given a daily fare. And the expectation is a daily bus fare to school, right? And the expectation is you'll save that money to buy yourself whatever that you need. So your parent doesn't give you an extra money. So the only thing she could afford is the cheap plastic menstrual product, 8-pack to be specific, of which she has to use 1 pack whole day, sheet the whole day, another for the night, so that she can make it for her 4 days of period. So with the plastic, poorly menstrual product, with the heat of Dar es Salaam, in those conditions, her life is miserable. And yet, she cannot tell her parent because she'll be accused of contacting STIs, right? So she has been dealing with it. Patriarchy is making this worse. So those few examples of the intersection of our tradition, culture, and things that we ignore to see, it comes to understanding that people are not fine, and we shouldn't assume that they are. But it's unfortunate this conversation doesn't make it to places like this and potentially to places where decisions are being made. To date, is upheaval to connect climate crisis to SRHR, right? So in my view, the crisis of climate, big, ugly as it is just a mere manifestation of multiple crises, which we either ignored or perpetuated and accepted, willingly, blindly, or out of sheer sense of hopelessness. I mean, we know, and it has been discussed here, I think, with the first day Shamim presentation of the plunder of the continent, right? But I think just to add, while the plunder of Africa continue, yeah, as it started then and continue now, it doesn't just extract and accumulate minerals, raw material, capital, and wealth. It objectifies natural environment and it destroys our relationship with nature. In a capitalist world, nature is a product that can be used, abused, and disposed. Today, in the name of net zero, carbon offset, nature-based solution, our government are quote unquote selling clean air, giving a right for polluter to continue polluting because we brought clean air. Like you guys are planting trees, right? So air is a product which is being sold. And community are being evicted from their land so that trees can be planted for carbon offset. The shamefulness of capitalism, I think, is it doesn't only create all this chaos and let us solve it. It gets itself to the center of how we can solve this chaos. The climate finance architecture follows strictly capitalist capitalist finance ideals. The clever double counting. I think the story of 100 billion that we have all heard, and now they're saying they almost released 80 million of a gentleman degree, which have no basis or evidence to back it up. Why are they paying 100 billion? But the reality, if you look at the number, less of 30 billion has been released. But capitalism, financial architecture allow manipulation of numbers. The apparent divide between mitigation and adaptation when it comes to climate finance speaks to that capitalist ideal. The reason why we have more money going into mitigation is because mitigation is led by big companies. It's money going to companies. While adaptation is money, quote unquote, supposed to go to communities. As the world and our government constantly ask for more money, they have been told that there is no money. But the same capitalist structure in the year 2020, while the government of Global North and released in 2021, 1,890 trillion as subsidized to climate harmful projects. There is money in the system, but it's just set to destroy our environment and create an additional crisis. The African group within the architecture, its architectures, have estimated that they need 590 billion to 2030 to implement adaptation strategies as indicated to their NDC. As you know, all government were supposed to produce NDC, National Determined Contribution. And if you triangulate those NDC, the cost of implementing those NDC is 500, like more than 500 billion, like 2020, which makes it like 52 billion per year, right? As of now, Africa only receives almost 11 billion per year. So the adaptation gap alone of the continent is almost 43, 41 billion per year. That means the policies, the action that has been articulated and highly celebrated in NDC are not going to be implemented. As much as these NDCs are conditional, most of them, but the burden of why you have not implemented will be put on the hands of these African governments. Again, it is critical, in my view, to note that there is so much we can do as individuals if the conditions are right. And the conditions being right means that the people who are supposed to do what they're supposed to do have to do them. For example, if we have to adapt, somebody has to cut emission. If we can't cut emission, there will be limits to adaptation. And the Africa report at least attempted to put a number on it. While our adaptation need as of now is 52 billion per year, if we continue with the same pace of cutting emission, the adaptation need of the continent, Africa, will be ranging between 160 billion to more than 3 billion per year by 2030, and potentially 5 billion per year by 2050. Like, you cannot separate the need to cut emission for us to adapt. And this put a critical question is, can we do it ourselves? We just go ahead and ignore what they're doing so that we can fix the problem we are facing. I mean, that's the question for you. They created the governance, climate finance mechanisms, and again, within the capitalist ideals and structure. And as we're speaking of the governance climate finance mechanism, our default understanding is this is GCF, Green Climate Fund, right? This is the governance mechanism. And we think everyone is getting climate money from there. But the reality is the biggest financier of climate action are multilateral banks. And to give you a sense of the number, in 2020, the multilateral bank released 45.9 billion of climate finance, making the first financier of the climate action. And this multilateral bank, you know them. I think we have discussed them in depth on the first day. The second financier are bilaterals, right? The individual countries, so being it US and Africa partnership, being it China, and together all these bilateral expectedly to have released 40 billion. Multilateral financial architecture only released 3.2 billion. Now the catch is the multilateral bank, most of their money are loans. You won't go to World Bank to get a free money. Loans. The bilateral, all of them come with a condition and potentially secrets. You don't even know what your government has agreed with this government to what. So the only entity that we can say we can follow, we can engage are this multilateral climate finance, which in the scheme of things, they just released 3.2. So we have 45 from MDBs, we have 40 from bilateral, and we have 3 billion. And all our energy as climate activists is on the 3 billion. Are we missing the plot? Sadly, this multilateral climate finance facility, at least are the one that give us what we call grants, right? So we expected that they will be giving money directly to government. But of now, we are seeing a constant increase of commercial bank being accredited to these facilities as accredited entity. As I was looking at the statistic yesterday, some of the banks that are accredited to GCF include the Morocco Bank, CRDB Bank of Tanzania, Zan Development Bank, Eco Bank of Ghana, Infrastructure Development Bank of Zimbabwe, ACB of Kenya, and Zambia National Bank. When you are releasing money to the bank, what is expectation? What are expectations? I'll give you an example. For personal interest, I went to look of this grant to CRDB Bank of Tanzania. They are getting the project, which is called Tanzania Agriculture Climate Adaptation Program, is 200 billion project. And it's a co-finance. So CRD is expected to billion, while GCF is putting another 100 billion, of which 70 billion is a loan, 10 billion is guarantee, and 20 billion is a grant. In their description of the project, I quote, and allow me to read, say, with agriculture playing an integral role in the lives of the country's most marginalized vulnerable population, 80 to 80% of agricultural land is held by small farmers, and 98% of economically active rural Tanzanian women are engaged in farming. To adverse effect of climate change, will disproportionately harm those groups and hamper sustainable development. This program will strengthen the sense of agriculture sector by facilitating access to agricultural climate adaptation technologies. This will be achieved through by established lending and de-risking facilities, and it goes on. The clickbait in this description is vulnerability of women. That was the center. And the bank is getting money. So my questions are, will this money reach these women? Do we need these women to access these loans to adapt to a climate change that we know is uncertain? How are they going to pay this date when another flood hits? Why give a private bank 20 billion of a grant and you have zero money to give women's rights organizations and feminist group? Because CRDB is business. It's a private business, profit-making entity with shareholder pocketing money. Why giving 20 billions? How much 20 billion could have made if it was spread in this group, for example? Whose technology will be sold to these women? Are there accountability mechanism when private entity is designed or is forced to solve public problems? Will CRDB put their part of 100 billion? Or this was just an easy access to liquidity to run and they will circulate and recycle the same funding? There are a lot of questions. Most of them may be deemed redundant if we put our feminist lens on. And speaking of technology, I think we had this conversation like the day after yesterday. It's sad that to date, the language that our African government are using is technology transfer, not investing on what is ours, or not nurturing our young minds to produce our own technology that suit our context, realities, and aspiration. We go to the hall to demand and beg for technology transfer. And we negotiate that for days and years. And unfortunately, when this technology transfer happens, it doesn't come free. We buy it. Right? With the same climate finance that we are fighting to get, we take it back to buy their technology. How many solar plants are in continent? If solar is the solution. They have created the problem, they're creating a solution, and we are buying the solution. I mean, I know you can have your conclusions, but mine, I think, it's impossible to transform climate finance if you don't transform dominant finance model and you don't transform capitalism. We cannot accept the capitalist mantra that private solutions are what we need for public problems. I think in the first day, we talked a lot of the 99 exciting wave of progressive decisions, right? And I really want to know what happened in 99. Like, what is sort of like were the ingredient of all these successful, groundbreaking, either Beijing or CPD, Rio? Like, it seems that there was a good wave, right? Which gave us this grounding decisions and protocol. One of those, the convention, the Rio Convention, right? And one of the things that was agreed in Rio Convention in 1992 is the wow, is the principle of CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. And this simply means that there is shared moral obligation and understanding that the climate crisis and ecological crisis cannot be solved within the confine of our communities or countries. It's a global crisis. For example, we keep on saying, as an Africa, we have contributed the least to this crisis, right? But we are facing the tune. So that recognition that all of us need to do things, this is one of the crises that require all of us. But there was a recognition after painful negotiation and compromise that the responsibilities are different. Those who pollute have to take responsibility of fixing the problem. And it was on the basis of the CBDR that Kyoto Protocol was developed. But the way multilateral continue to be captured, Paris take a different route. It take what they call a bottom-up approach. While they invited countries to say, what are you going to do to address the climate crisis on what then was called INDC, intentionally determined contribution. The sum of it was supposed to make the whole picture. It was no longer just a responsibility of the polluters. A small island state was forced to say, what are they going to do? And most of them has a robust and ambitious action. The same was not replicated. The ideals of CBDR are gone. To date, the nature state and tone of this global climate architecture has been, I mean, for the lack of total word, total chaos. And I engage on those spaces, right? Today, we are no longer hearing we are committing to. We are hearing Global North saying we will mobilize. We are not hearing language of public finance. We are hearing language of innovative finance. We are not hearing a systematic approach to end the system of exploitation. But there is a lot of language of centering indigenous people and increased participation. COPs have become a perfect expo. And just to give you a picture, I don't know how many of you have been in the COP? No? You guys, you are missing the drama. And you are saving yourself from a lot of anxiety. But COP26 was arguably I put my timer for 40 minutes, so I have 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll try to be on time. COP26 was arguably the biggest COP. COP is a conference of party, is the highest decision-making body, which within the governance architecture, global governance architecture of climate crisis. So it was the largest, biggest COP with almost 40,000 delegates. And the last concluded COP 27 was the second with almost 33,000 delegates. COP 28, which will happen this year in Dubai, is expected to double COP 27 number with 70,000 delegates. Again, COP, they're becoming an expo. UAE, there was a lot of stories about UAE. Last year, UAE was sent the largest delegation ever. Can you guess the number? UAE delegation with 1,070 delegates. 1,070 delegates. 6 African countries makes to the top 10 list of government which send the biggest delegate. Can you guess? Any other guess? Kenya, South Africa, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Egypt. All right. So the top 10 list of the biggest delegations in the last concluded COP, of course, is UAE, 1,070 delegates, followed by Brazil, 574 delegates. That's my timer. Followed by Democratic Republic of Congo, 459 delegates. Of course, followed up by Kenya, 386 delegates. Canada has 377 delegates. Zimbabwe has 264 delegates. Senegal, hello? Senegal has 245 delegates. Our darling Uganda is 241 delegates. And Republic of Congo is 237, and Iraq was the last on the top 10 list with 235 delegates. That's Iraq. Iraq. So that makes the top 10 list of the most delegate. So I allow you to make your own analysis of what does this mean? Like the nature of this country, the ideology that they embrace, their politics, and what do they bring to this negotiation. So I won't, I won't go. I allow you to make your own analysis. But the only thing that I can say, being in those rooms, is this increase of number have never translated to the increase of quality of negotiation. Would have expected if African were this visibly represented in this negotiation. Negotiation should have worked for us, right? But no. We have seen most of our delegates, especially from our countries, spending their time in the side, in their pavilion, in side rooms, side events, and carrot juggling bilaterals. So the quality of negotiation and definitely the outcome has not improved. And it's important to note as well in those delegations that in UNFCCC system, government has unlimited access to accreditation. So, for example, Akina Mama, if accredited to UNFCCC, you will get a quota. So they will tell you can only send 20 people as one organization. But that's not the same to the government. You can send the whole country. You can accredit them, right? And because of that, most of private sector are getting government accreditation. And government accreditation, what we call pink badge, allow you access to the decision-making table. And there will be no distinction whether you are ex-company or you are government of Uganda. You will just be government of Uganda because you are accredited using the government of Uganda. So we have gotten to the point where private sector sit in the negotiating table, forming decision, dedicating or blocking decision in the name of ex-government. And often than not, us as civil society and the activists will be blocked because the influx of government in all sorts and shapes means that room cannot accommodate all of us. So we end up being pushed to overflow room, as the females call it. So as we see of this delegation, I also invite you to interrogate, are these 400 people representative of Kenyan government, or is the Safaricom, or is this agribusiness financial institution and this carrying a Kenyan government label and sit in decision-making table and dictating our policies? One of other painful reality that we have tracked is the influx of fossil fuel lobbyists in the negotiations. Oil and gas companies, to be specific. So in the last concluded COP, we have tracked almost 336 oil and gas companies lobbyists in the negotiation, making the second biggest delegation after Saudi. And in previous year, the delegation of lobbyists, oil and gas lobbyists, was 503, making them the biggest delegation ever in the COP26. And this year, luckily, as if it's not enough to have oil and gas to have private sector with government badge, to have oil and company represented in number, this year the COP will be presided by the CEO of oil company. Let that sink in. With all that crisis, a default position as an African would have been, I need to stand in solidarity with our governments, right? Against the oppressors. And this is oil companies polluting global north, etc. Some of these lobbyists, oil companies, accredited by African governments. So given I'm feminist, I know, as Lynn would say yesterday, that our post-colonial state, legitimate state, are also violent. The patriarchy ideal is ingrained in what is called African culture. I cannot tell you the level and intensity of pain I feel every time I see African women, gender negotiators, sit in the room blocking progress in the name of like, that is not African culture. And I'm an African too. Like, what culture is that? And these are women, African gender negotiators. It makes you feel ashamed to be an African. And this has gone on and on. You go to those gender negotiations, our bloc is being labeled as a blocker. A human rights conversation will throw all of our guard down because it will mean just mentioning a human right in a gender negotiation means we are promoting homosexuality, and the African group of negotiators will put all their arms down to block it. I also know that our government have embraced the colonial and patriarchal and capitalist blueprint of development. As African move from being aid dependent to a more trade partner, we are seeing our government aiding corporations, right? Facilitating private sector and creating environment for private sector to extract our wealth and destroy our environment. And in the name of those creating conducive conditions for capitalist private sector to come and invest to continent, our government are legalizing plunder and exploitation in the ban of right to development. Our government are welcoming polluting industries in our backyards, are endorsing mining in reserved and wetlands, are excited about the mushrooming discoveries in the continent. And of course, our government is celebrating oil and gas exploration. This morning I was visiting the Total Energy website, and they have this article in 20, exciting exploration prospect in Africa. And I was like, if Total call this exciting, it will really be exciting, right? But to who? Us or to them? As now, Total have active projects in Nigeria, Angola, Congo, and Gabon. And they're exploring in Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Namibia, and South Africa. And in fact, if you look at the map, it seems they're already systematically taking over all the West Shore. That is just one company. And of course, our famous Uganda pipeline made to the as well. As I conclude, before I conclude, I also say a lot about our African industrial farming, unplanned cities, and ever expanding unplanned city, our excitement about tall and shine buildings and associated infrastructure. Like, really begs the question, where's the ideal of African development? Like, how does African development look like? It feels to me that the hegemonic or the genius of capitalist ideals is to make the victim the villain. Because in my common sense I cannot blindly pledge my allegiance to this continent as they do this. As equally, I'm supposed to stand with them to fight with the oppressors. It divides us. It pains us. It makes us take battles with our own as we take battle to the outside world. So as I conclude, I know most of you potentially expected me to come here, spend my 40 minutes to speak about the exceptional work as they protect our nation. Of course, I could have done that. We recorded a lot and we continue to document amazing work of women of Guinea-Bissau who are using traditional and new technology to preserve mangrove, for example. Women in Kenya who are expanding their enterprise. Relatively, for example, who are doing a lot to combat desertification. Urban gardening in Uganda. Young people, enterprise in recycling. There's a lot of those examples. And it's tempting just to speak about climate change and climate crisis in that level. But I'm a feminist, and my feminism allows me to deal with contradictions. And out of that contradiction, I ask myself questions, a lot of questions. And because I have this rare opportunity being in room with all you amazing women, allow me to share some of those questions with you. Are these actions, as I portrayed them, done by women, amazing, small, sustainable? Are this action and solution going to alter relations of power? Will they dismantle capitalism and colonialism? Are they designed to detonate patriarchy, capitalism, and colonialism, or just survive it? Can we say in one voice and with the conviction that we can address this crisis in our backyard alone and in our community alone? If not, with the reality of failed multilateral process, as we coined the word dead romance of multilateral process, what are the alternatives? How are we going to hold the polluter accountable if we are not engaging them in the eco space, in the same space? Where are we going to build that power? What are the alternative space that we can summon them, bring them here, and demand them to do what is right? Are these pockets of actions from Senegal, Mali, Benin, South Africa sufficient and enough to create a web that will kill, dismantle white supremacy, capitalism, and colonialism? As I end, allow me to echo the words of Bob Marley. How long shall they kill our prophet while we stand aside and look? Redemption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uh, we are on time today. Thank you for that. Uh, and we should next have a break. Um, yeah, I wasn't sure if we could maybe move to the discussion or to the panel session since we are on time. How do you feel like? Should we continue? Should we have a break? 15 minutes? Okay, so let's go for a break. Let's have a short break, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. Thank you. would like to invite our panel for the discussion. Oh, sorry, I don't have my. Okay. All right, no problem. Okay. 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 Some logistical matters before we continue. There's a list of participants' times to leave from the hotel to the airport. The lists are in those two tables behind us, so everyone can check if there's any issue, then to contact Sylvia. Okay. So coming back to our panel, I would like to invite. Yes, Chido is still working on her presentation just to send to for projection. Please, Natacha, can you join us here? Hibist, oh, sorry. Is she going to present virtually? No? Okay. So can I also ask Mishy to join our panel? Yes. Yes, she's going. Uh, yeah, I don't know in each word. Is she going to be the first to present? Okay, no, it's fine. Then let's. Okay. So since Shido is still working on her PowerPoint, can we start with you, Natacha, so that we save time? We are having a few technical problems, but the presentation should be up in a second.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natacha, as you know. I'm from Mozambique. I'm based in Maputo in a research institution called Observatório do Meio Rural, which is Rural Areas Observatory. But I grew up in a land far away from Maputo in the north of Mozambique, in a land that we call today Total Land, the famous excitement that Total is talking about, that resulted in, it is going to result in extractivism and is very related to the conflicts that are emerging, as well as insurgency that you might have heard so far. So yeah, maybe this is what inspired me to research about extractivism, but not in Delgado. It's more related to environmental issues, of course. And I'll start my presentation by asking you to look at this slide. Uh, the first image is very familiar to you, for sure, or certainly, I don't know if it's not, there it is. It's a clear vision of what extractivism is, right? Taking wealth or extracting resources and then taking for external wealth and accumulation. But I'd like us to reflect about the second image there. As we see, there are two men talking. The capitalist, which is dressed like a capitalist, I may say, says the beauty of free market capitalism is that it's self-correcting. And then the other man asks, how does it correct for climate change? And the answers, by producing more lifeboats and selling those lifeboats. And this is happening, this conversation is happening while they're drowning, right? There's water, like so. I think this is what is happening right now. We are having a problem, a climate crisis, and we are not we in this room, but as a system thinking about the economic goals or the profit that this can bring us, and not exactly solutions that work. The other image that I want you to reflect on is this one. Mishy already started this debate in her presentation about carbon offsets. And I first thought maybe I should ask everyone to reflect about their own contribution to the crisis, but I said no. That's too depressing. I don't want people to feel guilty. But the point was that each and every one of us, we have what they call environmental footprint. So what we are polluting throughout our whole lives. The plastic we use, the transport we use, the diet also, it counts. So this platform you can access in the United Nations platform. It's called Carbon Offset Platform. You can calculate your environmental footprint in terms of carbon emissions. You can go there and then you see how much are you polluting, and you can even compensate for that pollution. You can pay money to compensate for your pollution. So I can do that, you can do that. Also, factories can do that, companies can do that, and just buy or compensate for their pollution. But then, where are these carbon offsets coming from? You can even choose from which country in Africa you want to buy your offsets from. If it's from Malawi, from Mozambique, or wherever these projects are being implemented. So this is a real new commodity, carbon credits. And it's for sale, it's online, anywhere, anyone, any company can buy and compensate for their pollution. So what my research does is just to ask, how are these offsets produced, right? Because it's a new commodity, it's air, it's intangible, but it's a commodity. It's being sold in the markets. So how are they produced? I'm in an office in the Netherlands or in Portugal, and I want to compensate for my holidays that I took in Mozambique or Kenya, and I go here and I buy, and I don't even know where is this coming from. So where do we find the raw materials to produce these offsets? Who is effectively paying or subsidizing this for your offsetting? And where are emissions effectively being reduced? So this is what I'm going to try to reflect on throughout my presentation. I'm going to start with a bit of a contextualization. Of course, I'll use I'll reflect on the Mozambican case. We have, of course, for decades, more than decades, the predominance of different variations of extractivism. We have the traditional mining and energy extractivism in extractive industry, extracting coal, natural gas, and so on and so forth. But we also have agrarian extractivism, which happens in the agrarian sector. So what I wanted to ask is that extractivism is based on differentiated processes of extraction. That means it can be present in every sectors, including the environmental sector, and this is what I'm going to talk about afterwards. And this is the same for a lot of African countries. Of course, it's not just the case of Mozambique. Uh, but my question would be, what does extractivism look like in the era of climate change? Because everything is changing. Green is the trend now. I think everybody here at some point in life is preferring to buy greener products, even clothes, makeup, shoes, food, everything now is green. And investment is green too. So this is happening in a context where mainstream institutions such as the World Bank are calling for a climate smart world, which is a world that climate smart policies are implemented, and this is changing how capitalism works in terms of processes of production, packaging, distribution, and markets. And what is happening is that, as Mishy was saying, developing countries are transformed as great receivers of climate funds from developing banks such as the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other financial institutions, and also philanthropic organizations, environmentalists, right? So the solutions clearly are prioritizing mitigation or reducing emissions. The last reports from the World Bank, which is climate change and development, they state that developing countries should invest a lot more in reducing emissions. And they even state a goal that is reducing on 70% of emissions. That's a lot for a country, 70% of emissions. And this is done through mainly the RED Plus program, which is a program that aims at reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And I listed here some of the projects that are under the umbrella of this bigger program. And all of these projects serve to capture carbon. So if you're reducing emissions, you're capturing carbon, you're sequestrating carbon so that you transform those tons into carbon credits and then you sell in international markets. So how do you capture carbon? Through conservation projects, mainly reestablishing colonial reserves and conservation areas, but also through reforestation, planting trees, for example, implementing climate ways of farming into environmentally friendly farming. Such as tree plantations, with all the environmental negative implications that we know of. Biofuel production, large-scale monocrop biofuel production, and also investments in renewable energy sector. But of course, all of these require land. All of those projects are large-scale mostly and land-based. And I just brought here a list from projects in Mozambique that are either under the umbrella of RED Plus or in some way related to conservation projects. And I have to say that most of the conservation areas in Mozambique, I think from all of them, only just one doesn't have people living inside the area. All of other reserves and parks, a lot of people are living inside the area and are now being displaced so that REDD Plus can take place. So what we see here is a creation of a new commodity that is joining the scramble of resources in Africa, which is carbon, which is this invisible gold, and now there's a rush after carbon credits. And the way they are created or the way they're produced, first, as I said before, they need more land. They need biodiversity. And where do you find diversity? Africa is a spot of biodiversity. In these policies is that people living in the surroundings of these reserves or conservation areas, they have to change their ways of living, their livelihood strategies, because most of the people that live in those areas, they actually depend on forest resources. For example, there are areas where 50% of income and food comes from the conservation area. So how do you deal with it? You restrict access to these resources, and then people get 50% out of food and income. They also have to change their local ways of farming, and they're restricted to access these ecological resources. What I'm trying to say is that someone has to avoid emitting, polluting, writing these carbons in many ways so that carbon credits are produced. So we are, in a way, expropriating emission rights from rural poor and transferring those rights to people who has the money to buy them and compensate for their pollution. This is what I call green extractivism, which is a variation of extractivism that is hidden behind green policies and agendas. And this is why I think this is very dangerous, because it's all about the environment now, it's all about being green now. And how can you deny that? How can you say, no, let's not be green because there are social costs? So they have a very strong legitimation strategy. To sustain these kinds of this variation of extractivism. Basically grabs the ability of local population to reproduce, and then I'll go back to the picture that I showed you before. This is a way capitalism is reinventing itself in the era of climate change. Now it's not just like material or tangible resources or mineral resources or land, is also the green, right? The air, the intangible. I would also like to look at a specific case of a tree plantation company that is under the umbrella of REDD Plus, and how does that, what does that imply for rural women's livelihoods? Because this is a solution for the climate crisis. What does that mean for rural women's livelihood? So this is a case from a Portuguese company, Portucel Moçambique. They are there since 2009, and I'm working in those areas since 2015. This is basically a huge, one of the biggest investments in agriculture in Mozambique, with more than 350,000 hectares in 2 provinces in Mozambique. And they did not actually follow the law, because the land law in Mozambique, according to the law, the land is state-owned. And everyone has to have access to land. The land recognizes customary rights and guarantees access to land to everyone. And before you get transferred from your land, you have to be consulted and you have to give consent. But this did not happen in this case. All of this was negotiated at the level of the Council of Ministers, and then people just were informed about this. So they didn't really follow the law. Instead, they implemented this big quote unquote social development as a mechanism of compensation. So we saw a lot of negative impacts in terms of rural livelihoods, and we saw a lot of negative environmental impacts, such as changes in plant diversity and fauna, contamination of water courses, but also less availability of water, and all of these resources are determinant to rural livelihoods. But there were, even at that scale, there were differentiated implications for rural livelihoods. Uh, the little benefits that were distributed were unequally distributed amongst different groups of affected people. And I could identify 4 groups. Of course, they vary, but from the point of view that I was coming, and of course, women-headed households that were most affected and negatively affected in this whole process. I know it's difficult to read, but basically local elites such as government representatives, government officials were the ones that get most benefits out of it, and people who got permanently employed, which was mostly men, they got most of the benefits. And then of course labor of women in all of these groups was critical to making ends meet. And of course for women we saw exclusion. They didn't even participate in meetings, in the decision making. And so I think the conclusion that I want to bring to the conversation here is that, looking more now in a global and macro perspective, the burden of the climate crisis solution, because we were talking about direct biophysical impacts of climate change before, right? And those also affect mostly women. But the burden of the solution is also being ultimately carried by rural women, especially in this case. Going back to the global, one more thing that I wanted to share here in this conversation is how unjust these solutions to the environmental crisis are, and how they are increasing south-north asymmetries and even south-south asymmetries. And I'll explain why, and I'll also be very interested to hear about your feedback. To do that, I would like us to look at this. I know we're not very keen on graphs, but look at these graphs and think about what are they saying to us, because it's all about the solution. It's all about reducing emissions, right? So I'm asking who, why, how, and where should we be reducing those emissions? And I brought here like a picture of what is happening in terms of emissions. And the first graph, you can see that China has the most of emissions globally, and then the US, and then India, Canada. And can you see Mozambique? You cannot even see the color of the graph. And then here you have emissions per capita, meaning divided by the total of population. And you can see that Qatar is the first one, and then US, and then and then Canada, US, and then China. Yeah, and again, Mozambique is not even there. So I brought here this information. Like Mozambique is responsible for 0.02% of emissions, while China and USA 29 and 14. So why do we have to reduce emissions? This is a question that we should be asking while we are in the group of 20 countries that emit the least. And this is the case of a lot of African countries. What is our problem then? If we look at the problems of vulnerability, we'll see that our problem is socioeconomic vulnerability, and that is determinant to environmental vulnerability. You can see this is an index that measures vulnerability in terms of readiness as well. And you can see what's the picture in the global south. And you can see African countries. What's the context of African countries? I hope it doesn't appear, but well, I had here a very interesting here it is, where you can see within our problem of access, right to food and education and income, this is a real problem in Africa, hunger. This is a real problem. And if you can see, the red, orange is extremely alarming hunger. and then the green is low. Even within the global south countries, we can see the differences. So we are experiencing the climate crisis differently, even within the global south. So you can see which are the countries with the most problems of hunger and so on and so forth. And but the solution is still reducing emissions. And the World Bank is still saying that we should reduce emissions. But I tried to make a comparison, and I brought this back for us to think about. It would be exactly the same if Mozambique reduces 70% and the USA reduces 0.1%. It's the same. I did the math, it's the same. 70% of emissions that Mozambique has represents 0.1% of the US. So why should we be rushing to prioritize reducing emissions in Mozambique when even those problems here are not promoting growth and development, sustainable development? So I ask, whose agenda is this and whose solution is this? We are contributing to the solution of the countries that have reduction emissions targets, and this is not us. So for me, this is another market-based and highly financialized environmental policies and agendas, but has similar adverse implications to sustainable development of the South and specifically of African countries. Well, in trying to just summarize the message that I'm trying to incorporate here in the conversation is that again, global South or African countries, in this case Mozambique, is feeding and subsidizing global North's industrialization, accumulation, and ways of living. And this at the cost of rural population and particularly at the cost of rural women. So there's exclusion, there's exploitation, but within that exclusion and exploitation, some are carrying heavier burdens, which are women, of course. And this is a manifestation of what is called injustice, and of the biophysical impacts of climate change, but also carrying the burden of the solution to the crisis. So I think it's good that we reflect about how do we re-strategize having this into account. I think it's a challenge because we have a lot of different struggles, I would say. Of course, some issues are transversal, but I think there are specific specificities in each struggles that it's a challenge to incorporate all in one struggle, I would say. But what we are trying to do, and I'm almost finishing, what we are trying to do in Mozambique, for example, is really pay attention to regulations, because what is happening is that the same actors, the World Bank, the USAID, for example, they're financing revisions of regulations, revisions to commodify, to support this commodification and appropriation of nature. So in Mozambique, land is not privatized, but they're revising the law, and the World Bank is financing this revision. And this is leaning towards, I would say, semi-privatization of land, because you would be able to sell and buy land through land titles. They're trying, and this hurts the constitution, I think. I'm not a legal person, but it hurts because we cannot sell and buy land. How come you can do that through selling and buying of titles? So it's a bit confusing, and we're trying to advocate for redistributive, pro-poor, and transformative policies. We published this study together with the national social movements such as Justiça Ambiental, the National Peasant Union, that also incorporates women's organizations, Alternativa, organizations that work and have been working on land issues in Mozambique for decades. Finishing now, Well, ways forward. I think an urgency to rethink climate change strategies and solutions, align them with priorities and challenges. We should stop responding to external interests and focus on what is our problem. And I come back to this vulnerability chart map, I mean, and also the hunger issue. Why are we sending 1,000 people to the COP when we need to have a conversation about food, food security, right to food? Why are we spending our resources, time, efforts to solving problems that are not specifically ours? Like, we did not contribute as much to the problem, to the crisis. So the other point that I want to leave here is exactly the point that you raised, but which is to incorporate these historical contributions in the solutions of the crisis and hold accountable those who contributed the most. We have numbers, we have charts here, we have evidence that they contributed the most, and why are we still discussing? So there are some people that suggest that talk about this climate debt that we have and should be paid. There are a lot of discussions, if theoretically, about climate action from below. There are a lot of initiatives because people are doing something. It's not that people are not adapting. Of course they are. They have lived in those areas a long time, and now, for example, there are women that are shifting the way they produce their own, in not sitting down and waiting for the World Bank to teach them how to farm. They've been doing that for a long time. So we should acknowledge that and see how we can transfer that knowledge within different regions, because in regions where there were pastoralists once, or they're farming right now, they have like the water availability to farm. In 50 years, they won't have. So they need to learn with pastoralists. So we have to spread this local knowledge in different local contexts. And I come back to this to say that the solutions we are drowning, literally and figuratively, but we're still thinking, mainstream institutions are still thinking about economic gains and not really uh, sustainable, include solution. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Natacha, and for linking to yesterday's discussion on the role of the state and how the state seems not to listen to what people want, and how economic interest seems to come first, even for it. So now we'll have Chido who make a presentation. Thank you.
Hello. I will stand here. So, hello everyone. My name is Chido Nyaruwata. I am an independent feminist researcher and digital storyteller. I'm from Zimbabwe, and this whole time I'm thinking, how did I get here? What am I doing in the room? I was telling Charmaine yesterday that when I was studying my honors, finding Feminist Africa journal was like groundbreaking. I was in an international relations and politics department. And even though they were feminist in that department, it was still very male, masculinist. I are serious, realism serious. Feminism is on the periphery, the flimsy thing. But finding this journal was a home. And then working with AGI was also another, getting to work with people that I'd also looked up to. And working with Yaliwe Clark was great because we worked on young feminists mobilizing, we worked on intergenerational dialogues, and I think something that's been recurring in this room that there might be between young feminists and older feminists, and the cool aunties and the older sisters. And they're going to be there, to be there, and we're going to have great partnerships, awkward conversations, calling each other in. As I'm doing this, I'm also really interested in matters dealing with food, with water, with land. City girl myself. I did not grow out on the outskirts, but my parents, especially my mother, she come very underground. Her parents owned shops, and they grew wheat. They grew what's the English name? Rapogio, which is I think what is it? Yeah, I don't know what it is in English. You'll find out. They grew brown rice, but this was during Rhodesian era. During Rhodesian era, no rights for black people. We all know that. We all know the colonial story. Somehow they were able, and it is based on class, so they were able to sustain businesses. But the teachings of my grandparents stuck with my mother and her sisters. And this is my presentation. As somebody who loves storytelling, having intergenerational dialogues, I wanted to learn more about my aunt, well, my Mainini's story in agriculture because she is a beneficiary of the land reform program. She's an A2 farmer and she's a widow. She's a mother, she's a person. And every time I think of her, I think of this white truck. You might not be able to see so clearly right now. When you think my mind, you think of the story she told you of how she's had to travel with four cattle in that truck from her farm, which is in Mashonaland, to Harare, because that's the only real mom is able to absorb her different livestock, even though she hates it so much because we waste so much money on people. She would rather sell to people within the vicinity, the local the local towns, which is Chivu and Kutu. But now she has to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, deliver her beast and have come back to her farm to make sure that her employees are still working because she is it's just a single woman who is on property and it's quite big. Due to security concerns and land insecurity and tenure, I'm not going to state where exactly it is and how much the hatred it is because we are still living in a country where if somebody likes the produce that you are having and they are of particular political status or power, they will like to take it, even though they know nothing or how to deal with it. So that's me. I wanted to do a research based multimedia project about women in agriculture in Zimbabwe, but focusing on the women who are within my close proximity starting off with, also, as with time, that I interact with young female farmers, because that is a completely different story as well. I think age is a key factor in terms of how successful you might be in agriculture. Looking at how class enables you to do activities that are unimaginable to a smallholder farmer who might have aspirations doesn't have the resources. Quote, Women is another organization that I absolutely love. The work that they do is cool. And this quote article which they wrote just around the time of COVID-19, crisis upon crisis. COVID is coming in the context of climate change, in the context of economic inequalities, where women unfortunately are at the bottom, and we are not benefiting from any of the markets. We're not benefiting from any of the solutions that are coming about within this idea of how can we industrialize our agricultural system. So that is my aunt. I spent about 4 days with her at her farm, just observing her. And this is her opening up the kraal, making sure that the cattle is back. And this is like around 5. We had been walking around her plot. She was telling me about the different trees and the different wild fruits. To be quite honest, I learned so much, and now I understand why my mother said, "You city children, you just know and jacarandas. You don't know anything else." But that was an opportunity for me to expand. And in doing so, I realized that this is when they speak of indigenous knowledge systems, of generational passing down. That was it. That was the moment where she took me, even though it was a long walk. But she took me and she really took time to say, this is the kind of fruit, this is what it tastes like, this is what it feels like, this is what, if you're sick, you have this, if you're not feeling well, you have this, if you want to have black teeth, this is what you eat. That was the conversations that we were having. So here I just outline what the purpose of this project of mine is. And it's really to address this narrative around within the climate, agriculture, and women discourse that we need to train rural women. We need to give them the skill set on how to maximize the small pieces of land that they have so that they are climate resilient, even though they have so much knowledge about the very land that they live off. How can you tell someone how to use something that they use every day? So, this was the purpose of this project. And I wanted to demonstrate that Zimbabwean women are knowledgeable agents of change and opportunities within their communities at different levels. So far, these are my 3 participants. So the first is my Nini, my aunt. The second is Titi Mugweni, who is a second aunt of mine, my best friend's mother. And then the third is Enviola Nyakuchka. She is a female agriculture service extension officer. So this is the value of African feminism for us to understand the environment. I think Mishy was speaking earlier when she said she doesn't identify as an Afro-Ecofeminist. She identifies as a pan-African feminist. And what the richness in feminism has done is that it enables us to understand that these issues with the environment, we have varied experiences based on class, on race, on gender, and linking how the oppression of women is directly linked with the oppression of the environment. And how some of the challenges that we are having today are not rooted in the fact that rural women just burn too much firewood. It's not that. It is, as Natacha has brilliantly explained, there are these structural issues that are happening. It is capital investing who is who is degrading our lands. So it's looking away from just this individual perception that is poor people, poor women who don't know what to do and who are ruining our environment. But understanding that we are guardians of our context. I'm going to, so throughout the presentation, I'm going to actually show some of the videos that I've developed for my project so far because I want you to hear the voices of these women and their experiences. I want to point out one thing that she spoke about. She said in 2008. 2008 was marked by hyperinflation, by food insecurity, by political violence and instability. And it's quite interesting that in that moment of scarcity, people decided to go back to the foods that their previous generations had valued, that had given them sustenance. We talk about value addition in agricultural value chains. She just broke that down for us. They crush it, they make it into bread, they make it into drinks. That's value addition. That's the power that indigenous knowledge systems are giving us. But that mistake of us valuing cash crops over food crops didn't just happen. It was a deliberate attempt of Western capitalist patriarchy. That defines how agriculture, industrial agriculture systems have been. To say that what you know, what your foremothers and forefathers had, means nothing. You need money. So grow this particular crop, such as maize, which is not indigenous to us, such as tobacco, which does not feed us, and is, subject to fertility, where growers of tobacco will spend weeks on end at the tobacco floors waiting to get payment and not able to give their families food or sustenance or anything. But because they've been told and been conditioned that this is the best way for you. Another interesting point that my Nini highlighted was that when people came to this place, in this video, you can't really pick it up, but when we were talking, I asked her, Nini, what is one of the biggest challenges that you have as a woman in agriculture? And without a beat, without skipping a beat, she said, my safety. As people are facing issues of energy, the energy crisis, people are energy poor. In Zimbabwe, only 40% of the population is provided with electricity, of which that electricity is so inconsistent that we're having 18-hour-long power cuts. So now, people who are on the outskirts, they don't have the money to buy expensive solar panels. So they are going to go in to somebody else's property and cut down these beautiful trees. But as they are cutting down these beautiful trees, she can't respond. She told me, what am I supposed to do? A man is there with an axe. How can I respond? I can't afford these private security companies to protect me. So I'm scared for myself, yes, for myself, but for my things, no. Yes, I'm scared for my things, but for myself, my personal safety, that is the biggest issue. And when she spoke of this, I remember that one of the key tenets of Afro-Ecofeminism is and just feminism in general is highlighting the relationship between the violence enacted against women and the violence enacted against the environment. And now there are different forms and layers of this violence that happens. How is somebody supposed to continue or think about agricultural productivity when their safety is the major issue at hand? And this is not even factored into any of conversations around policy of how we can make our agriculture systems resilient if our own farmers are not resilient themselves, if they are not safe themselves. So this is the description of this tree that Manini was speaking about. In English, it is called, sorry, let me look it up. It is called the maluba fruit. Yes, I think that's the name. Let me just double check. Yes, the mabula plum. That's the English name of this fruit, which my aunt was describing. So as we're walking sugar bean farm, we stumbled into a crisis. The crisis was that the neighboring farmer's cattle had gotten into her fields now. For weeks, she had been telling him, hey, cattle are in my maize and sweet potato fields. Tell your herder to control them, because unfortunately it's a young boy and he seems to be overpowered by this herd of cattle that he's supposed to be in charge of. So as immediately she spots his cattle, she grabs her phone, she takes pictures, and then she starts shouting at this neighbor of hers. But the key reason why she was so upset was because she had just planted these new sweet potatoes. And these sweet potatoes, there were so many varieties because she had gotten from other farmers. Because for them, it is better to get seeds from other farmers than to buy from the shop, which is so exorbitant. We're having hybrids, we're having mid varieties that are just not giving them the yields that they want, but also it's not giving them the product that they desire. So in these pictures, now she's checking, she's digging to see, do I still have sweet potato? Did this cattle eat everything? And I went my older brother, who's also a farmer, and he specializes in sweet potato. And she was particularly worried about this variant, which was white but had purple inside, which she just discovered a couple of days ago. And she was so excited. And she said to us, I don't even know the name of the potato, but I love it. Where am I going to find it? Because she forgot which farmer she had gotten it from. So now, as this story is happening, I'm thinking to myself, but when we read feminist texts, we remember that seed sovereignty is a core aspect of our work. It's a core aspect of theory, of the ability of farmers to save, to sell, to exchange the seeds they have control. So the definition of seed sovereignty is the right of a farmer to save, use, exchange, sell or his or her own seeds. Now in Zimbabwe, we have, in quotes, a progressive position around seed sovereignty because the act allows farmers to sell and to exchange these seeds, but with limitations only within the proximity of 40 kilometers. Beyond that, if you exchange beyond your 40 kilometers, it's a crime. Another progressive stance is the fact that they have created an environment where they support community seed banks. And this is something that I am quite excited to dive into with one of my other participants, which is the Women and Land organization. This is a core aspect where They are helping women in different districts to establish, sustain community seed banks. So that's something that I'm excited for the next aspect of this project. Then I go on to Aunt. Auntie Titi and her husband, they have a pretty large scale farm, and they've had it since 2000, the early 2000s. And it came against the backdrop of the third land program, where a white farmer, who I suspect didn't want his land to be distributed, decided to sell as a going concern. So he sold the land, the business, everything to them, and they took ownership of that. At the time, he was growing about 10 hectares of tobacco, and that was it. When they came on, and to be quite honest, and even her husband says it, that this project, my wife's project, I just support. She does everything. So the pictures that we're taking here, they had a field day at their farm. They're currently doing a macadamia plantation. And the reason why they wanted to do this because it seems for them less intensive than previous activities that they had done, which is tobacco, cattle farming as well. They have about 400 cattle at point. And now, from her own experience, she wanted other farmers, but particularly female women farmers, to learn how they could get into macadamia farming. And she established a tree from the first harvest that they had done. I'm going to give a bit more context. In this video, she is sharing how she came about with the nursery, why she came about doing it, how she was able to get information that was not supposed to be given to her, and how she likes young people and technology.
I started reading more. In fact, it was more of researching and reading and learning how to do nursery. So I did that on my own because I had to read. So, but I didn't want to make a mistake. So I went back again to Chipingi to a guy called, there is a white guy known for doing nursery. Fortunately, he gave me free information. I really thank him for that. So he taught me how to do the nursery. So, but he didn't give me enough information which I wanted, like the type of phrases he uses. He was very secretive on that. But unfortunately, and, I'm not proud of that. But we were recording and we took pictures of the, when you put like fertilizer, you sometimes you leave the packets. So we took pictures because I went there with my two with my niece and my daughter-in-law. So these days these kids are very educated. So we took some pictures. So we they went back to South Africa. We realized that a lot of his the things which he uses are from South Africa. So now we were able to get the materials, the information that white guy is using. So we I, we kept with that. We started doing our own seedlings. So as we speak, we are actually doing even more than what he's doing.
Now I go on to my third participant. I'm not really a fan of that word, but the third individual who's part of my study, my Nyaruwata, who is an agriculture extension officer. Now, agriculture extension officers, or has often been said not to cater to female farmers' needs because they don't understand, or they have understood farmers to be men, so they cater to those needs. So when they're doing their activities, the time that they do those activities, don't consider the fact that there might be household duties, there might be other issues that women farmers are addressing. And they also do not think that they are at the scale at which they might need their services. So I was quite interested to interact with Viola as she was sharing her experience and how she became an agri-tech. Her journey started off in secretary school. That was the first job that she had. Then she got tired of that. She said it was boring, but also the money wasn't that great. Then she decided to go into teaching. And as she was teaching, she found a spark for agriculture because she thought that's really where the benefits lie. So as an agri-tech, she's learning, she's taking courses because the work that to become certified, you have to have certain qualifications. But she was doing that while she was, and then she became an agri-tech. So now, in addition to being an agri-tech, she's also a farmer. And my video is in Shona, so I will try and translate some of the bits. Fortunately, it's as good in English as it is.
Saka ndiri kurima mombe, ndine mombe shoma shoma ndakatanga nadzo semunhu womukadzi. Then tibva taembawiwa futi newomen bank vakutipawo mari yekuti tange kuitawo maprojects ehuku. Saka takapiwa mari newomen's bank tichibva tatanga maprojects ehuku. Kazhinji ndo dzandinonyanyoita, ndinonyanyoita mabroilers. Saka tinodzitawo part time. Then tinoita mabroilers tine vanhu vedu vakomana vanosara vachitiitira mabroilers edu tichiedega basi. Saka tinokwanisawo kuti kubatsirawo mafama nyanya nechinhu chauri kuitawo practical. And also ine ndinoita chibage. Ndinoita chibage chakati wandei nesoya beans necarbot culture. Ndisati ndanyanya kukura because tichiri kugadzira irrigation mbichana. Saka tichatodzokera futi kuwomen's bank kuti tikumbire futi mari yekuti vatipowo equipment yeirrigation, vatipowo mari titenge equipment yeirrigation, tisarambe takadzokera kumashure. But for now isusu vakadzi tirikutonawo tichikundowo vamwe varume havasi kuteera kwandiri. Munda ndinawo, mombe ndinatwo, huku dzangu, musha wangu ndinawo, nepekugarawo pakati asi pakanakawo pasingatoreki. Kombewo nekudharawo pana ndichiriwo ndaita zvesekretarial. Ndinoona kuti kuagriculture takakwanisa kubatsirikana zvakanaka zvakanyanya. Saka
so in this video, she's explaining that she's an A2 farmer, what she has. So currently she has some cattle, she has some chickens, mainly broilers. She was able to get into that chicken enterprise because she received a loan from the Women's Bank. And the Women's Bank is a microfinance bank which gives loans to women. Yeah, I think a particular category of women, because when you speak to other female farmers, they are having challenges accessing that funding. In addition to doing chicken, she also does maize farming. But I think something that really interested me was when she spoke about how she's doing a lot better than men who are wearing suits and ties. They can't touch her because she's in agriculture. But I took her information with a pinch of salt because just before we met, she had to do some work, an Independence Day party at a district level. This is in May, mind you, and we had our independence celebrations in April. So if you can draw between the lines, you can see how affiliation to a particular establishment allows you to have more access to resources that will enable you to get to a level where men in suits cannot touch you. But when I asked my aunt, has she been able to get any financial support from any institutions? She says this land, they do not recognize it. If I were to get a loan, I would have to put my residential house because that is a title deed. Yet both of these women have 99-year leases. So I found that to be quite an interesting mark of difference. The last area that we spoke of was around climate change. And the previous participant, Manyankushka, who is an agri-tech officer, explained the different ways that they are helping farmers to become climate resilient. And in a question, I asked my aunt, how are you dealing with it? And this was hers.
Yes, changed. Sometimes it is in October, sometimes in November, and sometimes it doesn't even come early. And then if it comes, you can have, like this year we had a problem. The land was too wet, and you can't do anything. Our potatoes all got rotten because of the rains.
Thank you. That's my presentation and the work that I'm doing.
Questions. Mishy, you mentioned about linking climate change to SRHR and to other issues. And I thought it would be good to give you a chance to just say a little bit more about that for those of us who work in this space of how we better do that, especially as African. Good to hear your thoughts on that. And then my second question is a lot of the conversations around COP and around Bonn, for example, and the participation of African countries, especially based on Natacha's presentation, that this is not our problem. How do we truly use those spaces to fight back? Like, what does that look like in those spaces? Because for me, I'm just ready to give up on all of these spaces and only show up to hang out with my friends. So, if that's not what we're going to go do there, then then what does that look like? Um, what are the alternatives to be able to do that in ways that respect people's dignities and rights? So that's my question. And then to Natacha, thank you so much again for your presentation. And I'm really curious in terms of um, the it being the problem of Western government. I'm curious, do you think that argument and that framing works really well for Africans, especially those who are activists in particular? Because I would be really curious, because I'm wondering if that framing would be useful beyond just that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chido. I really love the way you use the storytelling, but also debunking. You know, when we sit in rooms and they say, "Oh, the rural women," there's this always inspiration that we are separate from rural women. And as a person who has roots in my village where I go all the time. My relatives are there. There's this quest to paint you as just an elite woman, as you appear as an individual. And it's rooted in capitalist understanding of community because we have our families, we have roots in these communities. So that narrative of isolating rural women as some people that we are unrelated with, I think it's very, very important to bring those stories and to show that these are our families, you know. And also you touched a lot on, you know, the shifting narratives. So as an African, most of the stories that have been produced about Zimbabwe have been racialized. Land is next to white man. Zimbabwean land is next to a white man, you know. We're talking about new land acquisitions, of course, in other parts of Africa, but places which have been settler colonies, the land question has always been, you know, very contentious. So it was good to, it's very important. And whenever the question of land in Zimbabwe and white people, of course, the white person is the efficient capitalist who's going to make Zimbabwe successful. The black people cannot handle the land. That dehumanization is what we've been fed through the media. The world has been fed for the last generations in this question of land. So that's why it is very, very imperative for us as African feminists to really bring our own narratives and say, this is our land. The women know the land. They have the knowledge. So thank you so much. I thought that was powerful.
For Mishy. Are we going to come back for the rest? Okay. Thanks. It was an amazing panel and a tapestry that weaved, the high level policy right down to farmers. I thank you. My question for Mishy is on just transitions, and I find my colleagues in the economic justice space who work on climate just constantly responding, like constantly chasing other people's narratives and framing. And when I try and ask, does it have to be one transition? There must, for goodness sakes, be multiple transitions because we're all experiencing things differently. And the response is constantly, no, but this is what there currently is. And so this is what we must respond to. And so always keeping us in this responsive space that doesn't allow us to think, doesn't allow us to create our own narratives. But I'm wondering from where you sit and the work that you do, what's your take on just transition? And very much like Buki, should we be legitimizing these spaces? Because the more that we give them attention and space, the more they become the central spaces of power. And what does that look like to disrupt and resist that?
I don't know how many of you have heard this, but the lakes in Kenya are rising. The water levels of the lakes are rising to a point where, for those of you who've ever been to Naivasha, there are certain hotels that you used to enjoy that the water levels have now come back to a point that you can no longer go to those hotels. Those hotels are closing down. The fish are being found every day in many of our lakes floating, dead, meaning that the oxygen levels have decreased to a point, or the pollution levels have increased to a point that there's just no life. Our current president has a 30 tree plantation campaign where every politician who goes anywhere, you must plant a tree. Our judiciary just launched something called greening the judiciary. Very sexy, right? Greening the judiciary. In the same breath, our tree planting president had a delegation of 65 people who went to the Netherlands recently to just sign one contract. Only 5 people were in the room during the negotiations of that contract. In an attempt to be politically correct, Kenya is hosting the African Climate Summit later this year. Mishy, my question to you is, because some of us do have inroads and access, what should we be clamoring for as we host this African Climate Summit? What are the key asks that we should be demanding for?
Let me add my voice to it. That was a really wonderful set of presentations that brings everything together. So I've been in the space of climate smart agriculture for quite some time. So a lot of things are really coming together. Now my question also follows, what really are the alternatives? Currently, the World Bank has a huge program that is funding climate smart agriculture. And that's many amounts of money that are going in the long term, it looks like it's only going to make the situation worse. So the idea around adaptation is that we need to make agriculture, especially smallholder agriculture, climate smart. And by climate smart, they mean 3 things. So change in farming practices to practices that are very labor intensive. And we know the labor situation in many of these rural communities. Women are increasingly taking up a lot of the burden. On the second part, it means that we need to research into improved varieties. Varieties, the farmer saved seeds are no longer climate smart. So we need to move to the level where they're having access to all these drought resistant, early maturing varieties. And what happens is that these varieties are heavy feeders. So if you plant it within 2 seasons, all the nutrients in the soil, it's gone. So after 2 seasons, you now have to get access to all these fertilizers, or if you would think biofertilizers to reclaim the land, that is never available. And so what is happening is that then the idea is that you need to make sure that these smallholder farmers, many of who are women, would have access to some sort of climate financing. And by climate financing, they means that an external person coming in to make sure that they have access to the monies to be able to afford these technologies. But climate change also means that the farming is getting riskier by the day. So you need an entity to de-risk financing to these smallholder organizations and all the entities that are coming up from the global north. And so governments are supposed to find means of de-risking smallholder lending so that these organizations can come in and lend to smallholder farmers. So it's like a zero-sum game. No matter how you think about it, farmers are not going to be able to adapt to this climate smart agriculture as it's been framed. But the tricky thing is the initial set of inputs on these improved varieties are usually given freely. So then they set the farmers on a road to feeding into this constant need for these pesticides and fertilizers and inputs that are never available. So currently, we are food insecure, the entire continent, but in the next 3-4 years, it's going to get worse because then the rate at which we are absorbing, we are extracting nutrients from the soils is getting worse because of these improved varieties. And yet, the World Bank is on again with a huge food system resilience program that many of our governments have signed up to. And at the core of the program is sending monies to these centers of excellence across the continent to breed new varieties again. And this is what they intend to say that it's climate smart and we are sending to farmers. So it feels like our governments are sort of caught up in this system. It looks more like there isn't an alternative. But if we don't have an alternative, the issues are going to get worse by the day. So my question is, what really are the options for the alternatives?
Okay, can I just ask for your question to be brief?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do my best. Um, I'm not a climate expert. I tend to avoid this space because it does my head in. It really makes me feel like my brain's about to explode. So I'm hearing that there's going to be a big climate summit in Kenya later this year. And I want to put a proposal in in the room for the people who are in this space for you to consider. One of the most powerful events that I've ever been to in my entire professional life was the alternative mining in Daba. As you know, the mining in Daba happens in South Africa every year. It's the biggest meeting of mining companies all over the world. That's where capital goes to gather. The alternative mining in Daba is where nonprofit civil society goes to gather, and it happens at the same time in parallel, and usually culminates in a big protest at the mining in Daba. However, as it's become more and more civil society, it became the one that I went to. People got really frustrated because the alternative mining in Daba is really women in extractives. It is really people who walk from Ruston or take buses from, Rustenburg, I think is the place, and come and gather and talk and do their thing. It is very, very grassroots, has been historically, but then there's been friction as has become more NGO formalized, things like that, and PowerPoints and everything. So there was an alternative mining in Daba. And this one was really just a powerful space because it was an unconference. It was taking apart the conference paradigm and gathering extractives who were giving testimony in their own languages about their experiences in mining. And it was very organic and things like that. And the end result was the final protest that went to the alternative mining, to the mining in Daba, was much more explosive than it would have been if it had been led by, I hope no one here works for the AU, the African Union, which was guiding the alternative mining in Daba. So I want to put this on the room for people to consider. Is it possible for a platform, an unconference of rural women in agriculture, maybe possibly just from East Africa, just because of travel logistics? Is that something that we can put on the table and envision and bring people together to talk, to frame climate change not as this big state-driven thing, but as a challenge facing rural African women? What are their concerns? What are their priorities? And how can it be done? The reason I'm hesitating as I put this forward is because I know the tendency in my country, and I know my people, is we propose these things and then 2 months out, naomba serikali, we have to bring the government in, and then the government takes over, blah, blah, blah. It becomes boring. Is it possible to envision a space that doesn't end up in naomba serikali, that is actually truly independent of the government and of those agendas, but actually just, even if it doesn't become like an annual thing, is powerful for what it is? I don't expect an answer from this, but it just really feeds into the questions that people have been asking. What's the alternative to engaging in these spaces where we're just going to be second best? Thanks.
Okay, mine is quick. Just a connection that I thought of between, and thank you so much for the presentations, between Natacha's presentation in particular and yesterday's conversation about the anti-homosexuality bill. And I think framing these issues around the question of the new scramble for Africa and how it comes in many different ways and forms, with its various implications, I think is maybe one way we can start but your presentation really highlights the relationship between the continent and the outside and the different kinds of ways in which the cycle of extractivism keeps on continuing and being maintained. But the one question I would have liked, seeing that the problem of the global, at the global level, the problem of the negotiations and participation. I was just wondering whether maybe from the Mozambique or Zimbabwe, or even your experience, what are the possibilities for policy dialogue and discussion at a local level, and maybe even at a national level, knowing that there are still many different competing interests that must be operating within these spaces and there's a level of contestation. But is there a case for boosting policy dialogue between different actors at the national level?
Thank you. So I'll give the microphone to Mishy to respond.
Thank you. I feel really sad that you have to leave and to leave soon, but it was not intentional. I have to spend my next 2 weeks in the corridor of Bonn negotiating for climate change. And my flight is scheduled to leave there on Saturday. Unfortunately, the wisdom of the Germany embassy, they decided to hold my passport. So I have to come here with a temporary passport. So I have to be back today so that I can pick my passport tomorrow to be able to fly on Saturday. And hence the rush. But I'm really sad that I'm leaving. I should have been here and spending time and addressing all these questions. So I think the first question on linking SRHR and climate, I don't think we need to do any linking. Like the links are there, right? Like it's not us to create to obstruct connections. I think it's just us to be intentional on what we want to see and want to document and the stories that we need to tell, or narrative that we need to write and research that we need to invest in. And I think for me, part of how we can do it is being intentional on creating bridges between movement. Like we operate, like with all fairness, we operate in a very siloed movement. Like the economic justice movement doesn't speak with climate justice movement, does it speak with SRHR movement? So I think the space like this and the program like this, that's why I tried in my amateur way to have my keynote like trying to connect, because that is one thing that I've been campaigning every time, that can we have a systematic approach to our movement? Can we bridge the movement? Because in my very selfish way, I think we don't have right to demand government to have the system approach, to have coherence in their policy, the ministry to speak to the next ministry, if we cannot do that ourselves, right? So I think it's just an invitation for all of us to speak, to connect more, and to research and to observe our life. Part, I think, of the lie that we have been told for so long, that climate is about nature and this abstract and it's about animal. For so long, it has been the image of climate was a teddy bear, right? Uh, until recent, that now we are seeing Africa, the image is a drought. So it's really an intentional effort to correct that narrative, telling more stories with our lives and how to connect it. It saddened me to date, even in the climate space within the continent. We don't speak about urban realities when it comes to climate change. Like our climate conversation is about land, is about agriculture, is about rural, right? Because we have that narrative. So I think it's just an invitation for us to do more. The next question was is on there. I think Natacha, on the, is this our problem, and is the climate change a problem, and what the state of negotiations, and is it worth it for us to continue being there? I think that was my question for you, and it's so unfair that you returned that question to me. But the thing is, I think you had that conversation on the first day, that there continue to be power and stake in these UN spaces. Unfortunately, corporations know that power. And that's why they're investing every dollar they have to own that space. As of now, the UCOP, it's fair to say it is being captured by corporations, right? And And they clinch to every single decision that has been made. Red was made possible by these decisions. Without this decision, there wouldn't have been chances of Mozambique to open up space for Red Plus, right? Monopoly of all these energy companies in the continent and private sector and carbon, like all that they found is based on the provisions that are found in these agreements. So if we are not there to block them, to arrest them, like these agreements are being used to invade our homes, our countries, and justify. And given our government have signed, where do we get now an authority or audacity to say X company cannot come to my country while I have signed anonymously and agreed in this pact in this X conference of party, right? So is that complicated, please? And I think it's again bigger question. I would have envisioned an alternative. I would have envisioned an equal space where power is shared, where everyone who is there is like climate change uh, uh, activists, for example, to make very progressive climate decision. But we don't have that space now. Like the space we have is the government are going to gather every year, twice in a year, and cooperation come in the name of government, and they take decision, and they use that decision in our doorsteps, right? So whether we continue to engage or not, I think that's an open question. And I think just to add, there have been resistance inside the COP. We have led resistance inside the COP. I was tempting to do a presentation and then decided against it. But if you Google image COP25 policy blocking advocates or something like that in the image, you will see, I think that was COP25 in Madrid, when we boycotted, we made the COP stand for a couple of hours, and the police, UN police flooded, blocking, chasing everyone out, debadging. Like COP continued to be a battleground for the activists. And you can, in every image, if you go, you image Google protests in COP, you will see tons of image of protests within the space. So with all the frustration, is not to say like everyone goes there to accept, to like there is a lot of active process in the space, but it's not enough, and it's continue to be an outside protest. So sometimes, based on the optics, they will allow or they will let us boycott, scream, and blocking delegate. Outside, when it's too much, they will deploy force, and they will deploy tons of force, and we have seen that. We have seen a true display of patriarchy militarism in the space we're supposed to be safe. We did petition, we scream about it, but that's the reality. Are we justifying to be in this space? I think I have asked that. The question of justice transition, I think I agree with you, Crystal, that we're catching up with this concept. I continue to ask, are we transiting from where to where? Is the transition of the US, this should be the same as transition of Tanzania? What are the bases to transit? Like I'm supposed to be where to transit to where? And I think my personal concern, while the justice transition is creating quote unquote influencing the corrupt, polluting industry to stop doing harm and doing good by incentivizing them. My question is, it's like us when we have colonialism to say, you know, you are colonizing us, so I'm going to make a way to incentivize you to stop colonizing us. Does that make sense? So we are building all this infrastructure to incentivize companies to transit from dirty to green. Like the resources that would have been used to community now will be given to mining company to support their transition, creating yet another layer of the polluters to getting the little finance that is there, right? So it's a complicated conversation. And because this, I think part of the challenge, as you say, like catching up and being in the space, like this justice transition has really been led by trade union because they want their workers not just to be, for example, laid out. So they want companies to commit, they want company to be supported so that when they transit from native to green, workers doesn't lose job, etc., etc. So like putting like a human face, and that's where we are. Like we have feminists building the entire work on like let's include women in red. It's like red is wrong. Like we don't want to include women on wrong things. You know, that is the lack of politics in this space, because if we don't invite ourselves to have our own politics and ideology and theorizing, we end up facing the problem that should not be our problem. We end up just adding women's number in anything and everything, which we shouldn't. So for me, if there is a meeting of polluters, I don't want women to be there. It's not my business to track, is this meeting gender inclusive? Gender inclusive for what? For more women to be invited to pollute? So, like, I think that's the complication. Anyway, I can get a little bit emotional sometimes. Uh, the the climate summit. So it's not new. The climate summits, the regional climate summits are not new. So with the blowing of the two climate summits, so we have every year we will have what do they call subsidiary body, which happen mostly around June in Bonn, where mostly invite like technical negotiators, and this meeting like for the basis of what will be negotiated during COP. So it's the meeting that set the agenda literally. And then there will be COP, which is like one heads of states and politics and heads of a government on all the shenanigans that are associated to it. But then there was invasion of another layer of climate tweaks, and it now rotates from one, like every region have their own climate tweak, and within the region rotate from one country to the other. So it's not new that Kenya will host this meeting. It's just that Kenya, being Kenya, is giving it like a flair, right? They want not just to invite, negotiate, and civil society. Now, Ruto wants to invite head of state, so that like they have their own COP moment in the region. African Union has a very detailed climate architecture. So you have what we call CAPOSC, committee, usually between 8 and 9. And the way they have made it, it was supposed to be the chair of African Commission is an automatic chair of CAHOSC. And this is head of state level. It's only just last year when the chair of African Union refused to automatically be the chair of CAHOSC, and then they have to pass it to Uhuru, will pass it to Ruto. So it is in like Ruto's mandate as the chair of CAHOSC to host this meeting. It's supposed to provide the highest political leadership in the continent. I think it's just one of those few committees which are heads of the state level. And then we have what we call AMSEN, which is a minister level, like a Conference of Ministers of Environment. And then we have the popular and the famous AGN, African Group of Negotiators. So the climate week, the way it is framed this year, it will bring all those actors like CAHOS, AMSEN, and AGN in one place to push the agenda of climate in the continent. So for me, I think, and I'm excited about Nanjala proposal, is if we engage in this space, I think it's a space to have conversation with ourselves, because there are conversations that we cannot have in the COP, because in the COP I cannot, with my conscious African Pan-Africanism and feminism. I cannot sit in the one room with you there, Kenya there, and start insulting Kenyan government, even though they may get meat, right? But as part of their legislation, will be channeled to US. So having this space, if we engage, is really to channel our anger to ourselves and how those conversations, what development means to us. How are we sending people to negotiate on, if we have to, right? To negotiate on our behalf, and how we stop all this madness of us selling basic things as air in the name of getting few dollars as climate. Okay, so we can continue with questions to Chido and Natacha. You had a few. Would you like to respond now, or can we? Yeah. Okay. Let's. Any more questions for Natacha and Chido? Can I pass the mic?
Okay. It's not a question, but add on what Chido. You have to understand Southern Africa to know how agriculture works. When we say white people, and Rosemary is not here, when we talk about white people owning land, it's not like Uganda or East Africa. We are talking about a situation where a farmer or prospective farmer would ride his horse from 6 to 6. And whatever area he covered was his land. Everyone who was on that land was eliminated. Either it's infected areas, or you are killed, or whatever happens. So when, the land struggle, okay, it has had its own challenges, as you know. But the white farmers were highly subsidized. Highly subsidized. It's difficult to really explain that, but they paid almost nothing for input. So in come your regular niggers, us. And when we came in, of course, there were sanctions because we had stolen the cousins. And because of those sanctions, the black people who have taken over don't have any access to bank loans. There is nothing, absolutely nothing. So the women that Chido is talking about are doing their bit, but you cannot compare them with the white farmers and what they owned. These white farmers had villages. When we talk about a farm, there are about 100 black people working on that farm. Children, men, wives, they are working there, and wives and children are working for doing bread, they are not paid. So black people took over all these cities were not there. So yes, they are doing their bit. Chido, as you have elaborated, and thanks very much. But I don't see a situation where black people can never produce to the extent that Zimbabwe is the food basket of SADC. That food basket left many people hungry because they really produced commercial stuff and all, but most of the black people were on, let's say, infested areas. They worked without, any payment. They were migrants, many of them. They had no housing. They were staying with cows and dogs, whatever. So, changes have happened, but you cannot compare what's happening with what happened before because of what I've said. The empowerment, I don't like that word, but whatever we call it, the programs that are there that some women, have grabbed are interesting, but it's a struggle. And you just have to come from Southern Africa to understand it. It's a struggle. So thanks very much, Chido, for your presentation and for presenting mining in a most, powerful way. But we still have a long way to go.
Just on the Zimbabwe farmers fast land reform, the Minister of Finance about a year or two ago announced a $3.5 billion compensation package to the farmers, the white farmers whose land was taken away. There's never been compensation for any other people whose, there were about, altogether, the total number of white commercial farmers was about 4,000. I think the ones who are included in this package may be about 3,000. And the Africa Development Bank has just started or working on an agreement to lend the money to Zimbabwe to pay that 3.5 billion. Officially, our GDP figure of Zimbabwe is 28. There's a long way to go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chido and Natacha. And I think your presentation spoke so well to each other. And Natacha, as you were speaking, it's very clear to me, this is not you need to fix your problem. The thing that we need to fix is the impact, but also we have bigger problems. Not like we're struggling to feed ourselves. And I was reading a paper from the Post-Colonialisms Today project, and Africa was 93% food sovereign in the 70s. And we've gone so far back. And I was listening to Rose Maruru, who does a lot of climate analysis, and she was talking about how the amount of electricity that uses in a year is the same amount of electricity California uses in the same year, but for PlayStations alone. And so what are we transitioning from? Like, there's nothing to transition from. We're still trying to like have lights to have, do surgeries in our hospitals that have nothing anyway. So what language, what's a language to use to be able to push back on these narratives that are constantly drawing us in and really just being like deterrents or like distractions to the work that we should be doing, which is still just the same old grind of pushing back on extraction. And for Chidi, I love your work. It's amazing. I was just writing to Elizabeth, who runs our knowledge portal, and she was like, "Of course, I know Chidi's work. We have it in our knowledge portal." And so, like, really congratulations for the work that you're doing in such a different way. I was really interested about in the work, the narratives around seeds, and it was interesting that it's illegal to trade beyond the 40 kilometers beyond the 40 Ks, but in Kenya it's illegal to exchange seeds at all. And so what's happening is that we're pushing farmers to buy seeds, and the seeds come already lined with a pesticide. And when you plant the seeds, it destroys everything in the soil. It kills the worms, it kills everything. And so the soils are dead, but what it means is that you then go and have to buy fertilizer to fertilize your seeds, and the seeds can only be planted once. Once you plant them, it's over. And so there's a growing GMO conversation, and the narrative is, oh, but it's unhealthy, the food that it produces. But the real question is sovereignty and our ability to choose the food that we eat and what sort of food. So Kenya has lost about 400 types of indigenous fruit and vegetables from our diet. And in its place, we're eating the whitest ugali, we're eating cabbage, like almost no nutritional value. And there's a need for a reclamation of our own food, our terere, our managu, like all things that we ate and that were nutritious. But that's gone. And so I worry that it's also coming your way, this idea of taking over with privatization on the type of food that we grow. And is there any movements that's beginning to think about how to push back? Because the seed banks in Kenya are now like these guerrilla type, exchanging seeds undercover. And it's unbelievable.
Thank you so much. It was such an enriching and enlightening presentation. Thank you so much. I really learned a lot from that. A few years ago, I was part of a team that researched on the farmers-headed conflict in Nigeria. And going in, the assumption was this is an religious conflict and it's just religious intolerance. And the question was, this a group of people? So in Nigeria, the Fulani community is the nomadic, historically Muslim community, and then the farmer community, predominantly Christian. And they have lived together historically for many years. And yet now they're in conflict and it's been on for over 10 years. And so it was, what's causing this conflict and why is it unending? And we went in and we found that the real reason for this conflict had very little to do with ethno-religious intolerance and more to do with the grazing path that has now been eroded as a result of climate change. So it was really a scramble for depleting natural resources and a failure of governance. But how does this impact women? It did not only take women away from their homes, their ancestral lands, it also, they lost their means of livelihood. They lost their children, and for some of them, they lost the breadwinners of their homes, right? And more importantly, they lost their traditional health systems because now they're forced to live in IDP camps where the traditional birth attendants, for example, are all dispersed in different places and they have to rely on public health care that is inaccessible and also very expensive. And so in a conflict like this, you also see that rape becomes a weapon, right? So women are exposed to all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, exploitation of the worst kind. So there goes the link between climate change and how it links to sexual and reproductive and human rights. So it's really like when we think about it, like you said, it's really not just, it is the environment, but it's also its impact on us as human beings and the ecosystem. So just thank you so much for shedding light on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If we have no more, you do?
Adding my voice of thanks and appreciation to all the presentations today and just bringing to light the importance of being really focused on what the critical issues are. And I think this has been the thread throughout this conference, as if we're taking a decolonial lens to all the work that we do. There has to be a different form of engagement. And thank you so much for bringing that out, right? Through the storytelling of the people whose lives are impacted, of the women whose lives are impacted, but also of highlighting, is this really our issue? Now, it seems to me that in terms of our asks, and I'm putting this on the table, there must be, even with climate justice, there must be some reparative justice element asks that we must put along all the work that we do, right? But also, there must be some organizing that we do, right? That create the interconnections. Yeah? You can't do climate if you're not doing macroeconomic. You can't do climate if you're not doing macroeconomic work, because that's what brings the sort of, let me not pretend that I understand these issues because I don't, but I'm trying to piece it together. So if we were to have a feminist vision of climate justice, what
would we think are some of the reparative asks that we would make? What are the reparative claims? Because right now it's the, what is it, the fund that they put 100 billion in, that loss and damage silly thing that they've put 100 billion in, and that all of us are expending all our energy on. So what would be the reparative claims, right, in terms of climate justice? And then I think for all of us is what would be the organizing imperative, right? Yesterday, Lynn suggested that it was social reproduction, right? That must be the frame that feminists look at in terms of the state, in terms of the macroeconomics, in terms of, all the other. So I'm just trying to lay out before I leave here, how would you piece that together in relation to climate justice?
I'd like to also thank the panelists, Mishy as well in absentia. And I was thinking, especially when Natacha, you spoke about, how when you look at the carbon footprint of the US versus Mozambique, I began to also think about the need for us to pay attention to the ways in which there's likely, and it's already ongoing, the transfer of carbon footprint from the West to Africa so that they improve their carbon footprint, but where does it go? It comes to us. So to just to protect that 70, the figure that of carbon footprint in Mozambique, because what I'm seeing in Botswana, and unfortunately it is falling into, just this week, everybody's laughing at us about it, but our government imported 162 bulls, flew them from Texas to Botswana for 24 million US dollars. No, listen to this. Just go to the Twitter space, you'll find a lot of importation of cows so that they can be embryo fertilization, so that they can be in vitro surrogacy. Our African breeds that are existing, thinking is that we as cattle farmers should then buy the pedigree frozen embryo, not from Texas now. We've brought the cows to Botswana, and then you can actually freeze the eggs. You can rent a space and freeze them, and then what you do when your ordinary cows, your indigenous breeds are in ovulation, you transplant so in 10 years, if that continues, there will be hardly any indigenous, like we do. But because there's something called the EU market that Botswana wants to penetrate, and bulls are, and especially having pedigree, is very closely aligned to ideas of masculinity in the farming environment. So if you are a man and a cattle farmer and you have pedigree, it's like you are pedigree, whatever that means. And so it was seeds, now it's going to be cattle. And the market we're targeting, the EU market, the number of people eating beef in that market is deteriorating at the speed of lightning. So we will decimate indigenous species of cattle. We will have these pedigrees, basically import carbon footprint, because cattle, beef, the beef industry is one of the highest emitters of carbon footprint. I put a status about it on my Facebook page. When I put something silly, there'd be like 300 comments. If you put something serious, and so I'm wondering, are people thinking about it, or it's too heavy, or what goes on when these important issues are put for discussion and engagement? So yeah, I was just thinking.
Thank you. Can we have those two as the last two questions before we go?
Okay, so thank you. And my question ties back into the Red Plus initiatives. And I'm thinking in the long term of processes that I'm already seeing some seeds being laid for those processes. So at the surface, these initiatives look like voluntary initiatives. Then there seems to be a gradual shift where you see that the initiatives are no longer at the bigger landscape country level, but they are also gradually going into commodity level. So you're seeing the cocoa initiative gradually coming to coffee and these kinds of initiatives. At this stage, it looks more like a country signs up to date, and then they are able to get some additional carbon credits for these kinds of money. But at the EU level, there are some regulations that have also started for companies to be able to only buy commodities that are produced in a certain way. So the commodity should be produced in a way such that it has some sort of carbon sequestration in the production. And this at this level is all some sort of voluntary activities. But we know how these things work. It just started with deforestation free this, and now it's sort of a regulation. You can't buy anything that is produced with some level of deforestation. So, I mean, I'm thinking in the long term, the potential of this thing moving from a voluntary kind of sign up to a level where it becomes some sort of regulation that you can only buy a particular type of commodity if it's being produced within a Red Plus landscape. So then it becomes like you don't really have any option anymore. And we know how many of our countries are set up and locked into this kind of commodity production. So how do we also really think in the long term of the potential of how these voluntary standards metamorphose into stuff that you can't do anything about? How do we escape that?
I think I just completed the point, but I'm also thinking about how institutions, the universities, and other institutions are contributing to the CD side, because many of these centers within the universities themselves are also well funded. They are the most well funded, and although we also are operating with people who do research that they think is doable. But we know the funds behind those academic freedom research. So many of us are from institutions like this. And I think we also have to think about how we are contributing to the indigenous city side and its implications for the future of our agri-food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll pass the microphone to Natacha first.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the kind words and also the questions. Some of the questions really are going to help me also reflect further about these issues. Thank you very much. And I think many of the questions is more like to put on the table so that we can reflect about them, not that we the final answers, but okay. I'll try to um, focus on some of the points that are raised. The first one is the one of the messages that came out from my presentation is that these all climate solutions, red plus and reducing emissions and climate crisis or whatever is not our problem. I would say it's not our priority because I think it's everyone's problem in this room, outside of this room, in Africa, in the world, because it's the environment, it's nature, and we have a relationship with nature, and we depend on nature. So and nature is transforming, and we all feeling the impacts. Of course, we are not all in the same boat. We are experiencing differentiated impacts. Even in Africa, even in Mozambique, people in the cities are experiencing impacts differently. Rural areas, within the city, and peri-urban areas. So it's everyone's problem. But I don't think reducing emissions is our priority. I don't think that's our priority, and I think that this is the message that I try to take in spaces. Dialogues, let's say, with donors, with the government, with private sector. This is what I try to take as a message to them, because uh, this presentation, for example, the way I framed it, it doesn't work in those spaces. So I try to frame it in a way that they first understand my language, and second, they don't have a lot of space to what I'm saying. And I do this by showing what they like to see. They like to see evidence. They like to see numbers, and I try to some of the numbers here. I try to take for them. I was in I think I was the only non-funder, non-donor. The World Bank was there, the Agency for Development was there, a lot of banks and donors, biofunds, climate funds, and more or less the same topic, but in a different way. And they were like, the only thing that they respond with, think that maybe we should increase carbon. Yes, this was because Mozambique already sold carbon credits, and we sold for $5 a ton. You can find at $50 a ton. Mozambique sold at $5, and from all my presentation, this is what they took out of it. No price in those spaces, and to bring well, critical thinking into those spaces. But I think it's worth it. I think it's important to show them how, because I also include how these economic, social, and ecological asymmetries between South and North, and I show them with those graphs as well. Like, this is happening, this is contributing. So how are you going to answer to this? Why aren't we having conversation about food production sovereignty and access, the right to food? So important to put it out there. What's the impact of that? Well, we we have to hope that in some way, at least, redesigning some. I um, underline the importance of participation, because in that same meeting, one of the guy from the World Bank, he was saying, no, but we have to rush into deciding if we enter this market or not, because Mozambique is going to miss, and this and that. We have to decide. And I said, no, you don't have to decide. The people that are being directly affected by these projects, they have to decide. Have you listened to what people have to say about this? Have you, like, did you go to Gilet, to Masingir, to Zambezia, and listen to the people that are directly affected with these projects, and listen to their sorry, their problems and their priorities, aspirations, and then silence? So it's important to call the attention for these matters, because it is important to us to prioritize participation. And I'll build a bridge with this same space that we are right now. I think probably in the next conference it will be important to also include women that are leading land struggles and climate struggles, because this has now become one, climate and land struggles, to be here and also to share with us their experiences and then we can think about a more feminist African environmental movement, I would say. The other question was, the other point was around climate smart agriculture. Yes, there's a lot of money going to projects, climate smart projects, and because they're very, as I said, labor intensive compared to local traditional farms. This is a big problem, and it's causing intensifying inequality in rural areas, because only, as I said, only local elites have the money to hire poorer peasants or poorer smallholders to work in their farms, and then to have the good results, quote unquote, that climate smart agriculture offers. So this is intensifying inequality in rural areas. But I think that one of the most important things that we should take out of this climate smart agriculture thing is that it is um, it is being used to legitimate legitimate, I don't know how do you as a strategy of legitimation of these green policies, because in the case of Portucel, for example, they said, okay, you give us your land and we will teach you how to farm in a more environmentally and sustainable and economical way. So it's a tool to legitimize all of those processes of resource grabbing and of land expropriation. The other point was regarding, what is it? Yes, the case of Nigeria, where a lot of internal land conflicts were being related to ethnicity, the ethnicity problem. Well, I think from my experience, I've also seen that in where capitalism is penetrating in many different ways, and I call, for example, the case of Masingir, which is a part of the Limpopo National Park, shares with Zimbabwe and South Africa. In that particular area, we had investors going after a space to build, to reconstruct a dam, investors going after the conservation area itself, and investors going after land to produce ethanol biofuel. So a lot of people were displaced, and some groups of people were displaced twice. First, to give space to the dam, and then second, to give space to the conservation area. And what happens? And they bring this they take all of the people and put them in the same community, and you start seeing conflicts over land, conflicts over water, or like we only have one school, but we have thousands of people. We only have one. It's not hospital, Centro de Saúde. How do you say? Yeah, yeah, health unit. Not enough services to everyone, and people start fighting over crumbs, right? That were left by capitalist penetration. So this is very important to see, like the historical process of it, and not just a short-term or immediate analysis of what is happening. And I'm already almost finishing with the question about reparations, and I'll talk a bit. I also already talked a bit about the feminist vision of climate justice. Yes, this I think reparations is a good way to start the conversation. But even with the movements that are claiming for, like Global North paying the climate debt that they have because they were responsible for the crisis, they say that it's not, they don't have enough tools to calculate how much should be directed to pay the climate debt. But at the same time, I ask, like, you call economists, you called ecologists to calculate how much air, how much you pay for air, and you cannot calculate how much you can pay for the they're transferring their carbon footprints also via this waste economy, and maybe other ways that we are not aware of. And this is why it's important to keep researching about these things. So this is more or less what I tried to to answer to all the questions. And I think, we have also lunch to maybe talk a bit more about that. But thank you very much for your questions.
When Mishy was speaking, and at the end she said, you know, I could have spoken success stories about what women are doing, you know, the success stories there. And when she said, she asked the question, you know, or well, I interpreted the question as the pockets of success stories, does it outweigh the greater struggles that all women are facing? And I think with this project, that wasn't the point of it. The point of it was for me to see and to understand how, in light of these complexities of land ownership, of access to it, of climate, what are women doing? And it's important to take in the historical context around the land question in Zimbabwe, because Hope was right. White farmers were heavily subsidized to produce the amounts of produce that they had. I hate it when I hear the story that Zimbabwe was the breadbasket, because it neglects that it was built on free labor. It was essentially free labor. And the mass and size and scale of these farms, where they had schools, they had clinics. White farmers were essentially mayors of these towns, but mayors who had power to beat, who had power to deny their employees um, any freedom of movement, any way to access their own land where they were foreigners on their own property. So that historical context is very important, and I thank Hope for that intervention. But at the same time, I think it wasn't really to feed into a narrative that look at resettled farmers doing better than what white farmers are doing, but to highlight that there are complexities in the Zimbabwean conversation. So that was one purpose of it. But let me go back. And then I think for me, something that also has come out, which I'm still grappling with, is the tension between resettled farmers and communal villages, because they're still there. There were some people who were given proper land that was not actually close to where they used to live, like Hope rightly said. You know, people were moved to lands of barren soil, and now this program was supposed to give them some access to fertile soil. But also, I've thought something which is quite interesting is how it has still defined land as a commodity, but not as an essence of being. It was supposed to be about rehumanizing people, but unfortunately, it has been defined as a commodity. You must be productive in order to earn this land. And that's the fundamental problem that we are having with the land distribution program in Zimbabwe. That even the two previous reform programs didn't even think about women. It was not even a question. It was, you are married, so by virtue of you being married, you will have access through your husband. And when I was reading about the third land reform program, prior to it, the chaotic implementation of it, there were conversations with donors, with civil society, that as we work towards this third iteration of this program, we need to make sure that 20% of the land that's going to be distributed goes to women. But it goes back to that question of which women, you know, do they sing a particular song that the state likes? And if they do, and if they don't, what happens to them? And that's something that I would like to explore further. And then to Crystal's question around food food sovereignty movements, there is the Zimbabwean Organic Farmers Forum, which I think came about mid 2000s, And essentially, they saw that this was a crisis, that traditional seeds, that farmers' rights were not really being prioritized, but also people were losing their ties to traditional seeds, their knowledge. Just as my mining was telling me about those different trees, they are driven towards educating, raising awareness, but also helping rural farmers. So, with their work that has culminated over the past couple of years, they've been able to establish a program called the Zimbabwean Seed Sovereignty Program. And this has essentially institutionalized that right that farmers have. It's still not a formally recognized right, but the policy environment does accept that community seed banks are important. But I do wonder what happens to the farmers who go beyond 40Ks. And I think there are a lot of farmers who are going beyond the 40. So what are the implications for them? And if there is going to be um, if there are going to be punitive measures against them going forward, as we're seeing global trends, to see if the government will still protect and in tune with farmers, or will capital get to them? Because there are commercial seed companies in Zimbabwe that are producing and that are advocating for for different varieties, hybrids, varieties. So that is an emerging and persistent threat to. Those are the questions.
Yes, there's someone who wants to question on from the audience.
Hi, Fikili, can you ask your question?
Hello, yes, thank you so much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Um, just say thank.
Fortunately, the internet is really.
Okay, so maybe we'll ask her to type the question, and when we come back from both Natasha and Chido can respond to her point. They won't be here. Okay. All right. I guess for us, we can at least have. Okay. Please, I would like to ask everyone to have a round of applause to both Natasha, Chido, and Mishy. Thank you very much for your presentations. We are ready to go for lunch, but before we do, there are 3 announcements. For all speakers, please, can you share your PowerPoint presentations with Abena? With you? Okay. I think Abena's email is the Feminist Africa email that says contact. So please, can you share your presentations with her? The second announcement is about an evaluation form. Abena will share a very short evaluation form. It will take no more than 5 minutes for all of us to fill. And she really asks us to fill because we need this feedback. And the last point, she received an invitation from the Special Rapporteur of Rights for Women in Africa from the African Union. They'll be having a webinar to discuss the Maputo Protocol. So we are all welcome to participate. So those of you who are interested, please contact Abena so she'll share the link. The seminar will happen on the 6th and 7th of June from 9 to 2:30 GMT. Okay, thank you very much. Please don't forget to take your lunch coupons as you leave the room. Okay, bye. What time are we? Sorry. So we'll be back in the room at 3:30. It's 1:30, sorry. 2:30 then. Okay. See you.